Good day all. So it occurred to me this morning while I was thinking about this multi-tool that I'm holding and what I might do to put a video out to get, well, allow other people to get it, that I really haven't done an awful lot of multi-tool hunting. We've got this space now, we can store stuff away, and all I've got is one copy of this, which I don't really need, I might just delete. And I've got like that's the Atlas Scepter, which I renamed Brood Basher as part of an expedition. And that's another staff, which I don't think is exceptional. It's just got a reasonably nice coloration, but it doesn't really match my colours. And I haven't got any normal multi-tools at all. I haven't got any experimentals. I haven't got anything on this save at all apart from those. So I thought, why don't I go and see what I can find? So the first thing I'm probably going to do is just go through my space station list and just see if we've got high economy stuff with interesting things in the cabinets. So okay, that's advanced. So let's go there and let's start hunting. See what we can find. I've also got my save editor handy, so I can start checking to see what we find, and we should be good to go. But my method of hunting multi-tools is mainly checking in the main cabinet and seeing what we've got, and mainly I'm just looking at class. I'm looking for A or S in this cabinet or the other one around the corner. And usually at this stage I would move on. Now there probably will be an S class somewhere on the planet, and I could probably do a bit of hunting for the A class on this system. But for now we're going to do the easy thing and just go system to system. And then if that comes up a little bit bare, then we'll maybe start looking a bit further on cabinets on the planets. I'm starting at the bottom. Actually, I didn't even check to see what economy that was. But I'm starting at the bottom so that it will keep things in order. What economy is this? Developing, so I'm very unlikely to find anything useful here. I'll have a look just for it out of interest now we're here. A very boring pistol. And the same pistol here. That's twice we've had the same thing on both sides. So bases, no. Space stations, that's what I'm doing. Let's check this one. This is a promising economy. I'm not going to go there straight away. Developing. Medium supply. Promising. This is why they're all at the bottom. Fledging. Affluent, that'll do. Let's have a look there. Refreshing something a second. Okay. So rifle, I really don't like rifles, but if we found a promising looking one, I might go and hunt it just for the interest. But each cabinet will have multiple multi-tools available in it anyway, so we're mainly just looking at class at the moment. So we look at that one. Medium. Promising. Fledgling. High supply. So it's the one after Dover for reference next. And if everything's working, and this is one of the things that's broken in my other save, it should put things to the top of the list from the bottom. So that's B. And that's B. So after your verse, or diverse, destitute, that's not going to be very good. Promising, struggling, developing, affluent. So that was after Gepal. Walk to there. And multi-tool hunting can be quite a grind. Because you'll find something promising and then you'll look to see what's available in that cabinet. There won't be anything you're really that bothered by. Hello, Horth SMS again. I am multi-tool hunting. Just because I haven't got many multi-tools on this save. That'll do. And I thought, we've got this lovely new rack. We can put loads of things on it. And we haven't. I've got nothing in my rack, really. So treat them a bit like trophies now and put some stuff in my thing that doesn't display. It'd be lovely if the weapon rack displayed things. Aha! So now we have an S class immediately in the cabinet, which is an excellent start. The next thing we want to do here is, rather than just claim this rifle, and I'm not a massive fan of rifles, is find out what we have in the system. So we've only got 3 planets, so it won't take long. This will be the multi-tool that's available in the station if we were to come here. And, I mean, I suppose what I could do is quickly check its stats, but the first thing I'm going to do this shouldn't be necessary, but just as a demonstration, if I reload here, then it should be the same multi-tool. But if we go to one of the planets and reload, it should change. Now, finding an S in the station isn't that common. You'll more likely find A's, but you can do exactly the same thing and find out what the available S would be, because what's going to be in this cabinet now will be whatever we could find at S on any of the planets. So let's go down to this closest planet first. Landing spot. A lot of these planets I won't have been to for ages. They might be from expeditions, they might be from my early playthroughs, I don't know. But right, so the next thing we need to do is reload here. And by reloading on the system, we're changing the pool that is available to us for multi-tools. So if I now go back to the station, I will see a different multi-tool at the station in that cabinet, but it will still be S-Class. And each planet has its own pool of multi-tools. But they'll all be at different classes. As far as anybody's ever seen, there's only one S-Class on a planet, ignoring the possibilities of things like dissonant planets or royal multi-tools, things like that, which we can... Oh, we go. I'm going the other one, which we can always hunt another time. If we're going to complete our collection, then that might be a good thing to do. So we have another rifle, and these slots, I believe, will be identical. So you've got a slot there and a slot there, but the multi-tool will be different. Is that right? Yes. Someone else went to the system with their CNS class also. I can see that Gravnot's answered you. But yes, this is part of the reason why people have this is why people have the coordinates exchange. I haven't yet shown the coordinates. We'll see if we find anything good before we start worrying about sharing, because rifles aren't really something that I would ever encourage people to hunt for. But I mean, I've got nothing against sharing their coordinates. But I'm hoping we find something better in this stream than a standard rifle. Get to the day side just for so we can look at it. Not even sure which galaxy I'm in at the moment. I should check that. So now I can reload on this planet. Station just there. You can usually tell where the station is because the lines, the very fine lines which represent trade routes, will converge on it, and you'll usually see a dot even from the planet. So if the visibility is good, you can usually aim at it without getting out into space. I'm not sure how well the fine lines would have shown up on the stream, but trust me, they're there. This is a lot easier now. Now they've made load and save times faster. So that's a pistol. Again, I'm not super infused by a pistol. Although I like pistols a little bit more than I like rifles, to be honest, because they at least can be really good mining tools. So where's the other planet? That's I haven't got my hotkeys working at the moment. Sub-Zero. So this will be the last one that we'll need to reload on, and we'll have a good idea of what all of the multi-tools available are. going to look to see what galaxy I was in. Let's just go to the galaxy map as quickest way. There are a couple of ways now. So this one is in Euclid. This save is only in Euclid and Eisenterm, I believe. And if people watching would prefer, I will stick to Euclid if you want, just so that there are things you can come to. That's so lovely. Water is very impressive now. So if there were more planets, this would take a bit longer, but we've only got 3 planets here, so there's only 4 possible pools that could be in that cabinet. Now, as I was saying before, I do have my my save editor handy. So what I could potentially do is just check the multi-tool that people like the look of. So you could look at the stats and then just reload theoretically. Looked out of the corner of my eye and I might have got a glimpse of what was here. I suspect these are just going to be boring tools. Yeah, that's another rifle. Yeah. So I mean that's not a bad color, I guess. It at least has got a bit of a S-class color to it. I mean, if you did want to come here and one of those tools was something you'd like, then we are in Euclid and it's Orc, Hawk, Gek, Tree, Rocket, Triangle, Triangle, Scarab, Rocket, Gek, Rocket, Ship. I would say there's probably nothing that great here, but we could let's just grab this one and see what the stats are. I'll show you how I would normally do it. So I would normally just buy it. So that's 5 million. And then I would walk around and wait for the autosave to kick in. Usually I'll see a little icon on the screen when the autosave. If I interact with something, it might trigger it. Maybe sell or buy something. Now I'll look on my so 1306, and so we are in 1306. Maybe I'll just wait until it clicks to 1307 because I didn't check immediately. Yeah, so I'm 1307 now, so what I can do is looking my save editor, which I've got set up on another screen. And we're in the Omega Plus save because it's an Omega Expedition save that I kept going and ran subsequent expeditions in. And in my multi-tool, this is the multi-tool we're looking at the moment. And the damage is 19.932 Rifles never have a mining buff at all, and 18.66 for scan. Now let me just get my lists up, which I'll put it on another screen so I don't have to keep messing with the screens. So my normal source for this, although I do have a spreadsheet for it as well, is a just to go onto the No Man's Sky wiki and pull up multi-tools, and then you expand. There's a section where it shows you some very basic ideas of what each multi-tool is good for, and just below that you can expand it and it goes into details about the stats for each type of tool. So a rifle would have a maximum damage of 20 at S class. So it is very, very high, and this is my normal finding for any multi-tool I find at S, is that it will the thing it specializes in, which theoretically a rifle specializes in damage, will be near maximum. So that is very, very close to maximum for a rifle. 0 is the same for every rifle. And the scanning, the maximum would be 20 for a rifle. So it's not bad. But if you compared, for instance, that to an experimental multi-tool, then that might have 35 damage, and a sentinel multi-tool could have 50 damage, and a staff can have 50 damage. So compared to a staff, rifles aren't particularly great. What we used to search for before those other things came along were alien tools, which would have 35. And aliens do specialize in fighting. So it'd be nice if we could find an alien today. And failing that, an experimental, which doesn't really specialize in fighting, it specializes in scanning, and that would usually at 100%. It's always just a level 100% at S class. So having discovered that this multi-tool is a reasonably good rifle, if I was looking for a rifle, I would probably keep that, but I don't really want to keep it, so I'm going to reload my restore point. Now, it may be that what I will do, because part of the exercise is putting stuff into my rack, then if I don't find anything really good, then I might just come back and get one of these. What you'll find, though, is if you take, say for instance, I took this rifle, which is quite a plain looking rifle, I wouldn't be able to take any of the others that we looked at that were in this cabinet. The cabinet would be empty from now on until much later on in my game. So I'd probably have to warp quite a long way. And that's warping, not using the teleporter, etc. Usually, I think. I'd have to warp, I think it's around about 20 warps or so before it starts to reset. So theoretically, you could come back and get a different multi-tool from the cabinet, but it would take a while. And this is one of the reasons why we say that if you do want to go to somebody else's coordinates to find a multi-tool, then it's a good idea to go out of multiplayer, because if coordinates are published, there's a possibility that more than one person's going to get it at any one time. And if you're in the same system as them and they grab it, then it will make the cabinet empty. So always turn off multiplayer, basically, when you're hunting. But when you're using other people's coordinates, basically. So let's carry on. So we found something. We maybe we'll mark this. Well, maybe if this is a system I can name. As I say, some of these might be... Oh no, it is. Some of these might be from expeditions that I didn't find myself. We'll just put SMT for that. I can't remember how far down we got, but promising, struggling, developing. And obviously the reason we're looking for the 3-star economies is that there will be a higher chance. Now I can go through the other ones if we don't find anything promising, because there's still a possibility of a medium economy having a decent multi-tool, but it could take longer to hunt for if we only find an A, for instance. And to be honest, for players that have been playing for a while but haven't really hunted for multi-tools, it is worth going back through your list and looking to see if you can find any A's. In exactly the way I'm doing here. Because you might not have looked at every cabinet. That'll do. Obviously, if you've not been playing that long, but you've just got all of the glyphs, then using somebody else's thing just to get a decent rifle or a pistol is worth it, because you do get all of the main slots unlocked. And slots are the thing that are expensive. Wealthy. So that's an A. Now, A's are something we are looking for equally, because this will pretty much certainly be the same that we would find on one of the planets at S. So it's worth looking to see what this cabinet contains. So how many planets have we got in this system? So we've got a full complement of 6, so there will be 7 possible multi-tools in this one. This was probably on an expedition route, because it wasn't discovered by me. And that means it's probably in Euclid. Which we'll check. Yes. So, again, we'll go... This is where it's sometimes worth taking notes as to which planets we've been on, but I'll go to the closest one first. And you can see that there are markings of bases and... yeah. Sometimes you'll find someone actually marks a base that says S-class multi-tool or something on these expedition route ones. Oh, that's handy, because that where we would go anyway. So while we're here, we'll just check in this cabinet as well. Because now we've found an A class, then theoretically we'd want to look on the planet if we wanted to search for a decent S class. It's the same multi-tool, and it happens to be an A class cabinet, so I think it had different slots actually. I think they had more or less slots, I'm not sure, because one's there and there's not one there and there's not one there. When we go back up, I might check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But what I want to do is reload on this planet. But now we've technically got the same multi-tool cabinet on this thing here, so I don't need to go back to the space station for this one. I can just reload my restore point and look in this cabinet and see what this planet's equivalent will be, and it will be the same as if I went back up to the space station, but these slots won't be the same. The seed itself, actually no, the slots probably are the slots might be different, but the supercharged slots I think would theoretically be the same. We can double check that. So that, I believe that's a rifle. Yeah, it's a rifle. Sometimes you think like that looks very much like a pistol, but I think it's the little hand grip underneath that designates it as a rifle. Whereas a pistol can look like a rifle if it's got a big stock on the end of it. Just realised I didn't switch back to my normal view, so you've got a strange block on the screen.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
So I don't need to go back to the space station for this one, but maybe we'll use it as an example. Let's so let's just take note of where that supercharged slot is. So what we would do if we found something really nice in this cabinet is we would start searching at every minor settlement like the one we just saw on one of the planets, maybe more than one of the planets, until we found the S-class equivalent. Was it on this side? Yes. See, that's showing something completely different now. That's belying my normal. Maybe that cabinet down there is slightly different. There can be slight quirks with this system, as you can see here. Should have marked that one down the bottom there. Double check it for a second. Now I'm in two minds as to which one to look at. Nine times out of 10 you wouldn't have this dilemma because it would be exactly the same multi-tool. Let's go to a different planet. So we'll go to the hot planet and then we'll go to any of its moons. So that's that one. We'll go to that next. that stands for Royal Multitool, RM. I have to look. The thing is, there's always been the odd exception to the rule. I've always argued this with multi-tools, is that you will get the odd one that is A and is not, and is also a B. And 9 times out of 10 you won't, but you will get the odd example. So I don't think they've changed the mechanics so much as the mechanics have always been a bit of a rule of thumb, that 9 times out of 10 works fine, but occasionally something odd will happen like this, you know, store point. So if we had, say, a the B level, theoretically, what people have always said is that there's not enough multi-tools in one of the A, C, B, A, and S, well, C, B, and A slots, because theoretically an S one should be always the same as what's in the A slot. Then it can reach across to the next multi-tools group down. I'm not convinced that's necessarily how it works, but that's what everybody always says to explain it. And I haven't got a better theory, so I can't really say that's not true. But we might find that we can't find this particular multi-tools group in S. We'll find out. Maybe we'll use this as an experiment, but it needs something decent to be in that multi-tool for me to really want to experiment in that cabinet rather. And so far we've only seen rifles and pistols. Yeah, I'm always wary of single examples as to whether it means anything's changed. Nobody, if the multi-tool cabinets had changed a lot, as opposed to subtly, then we would have had 20 people screaming about it on Reddit by now. Go to that moon and we'll go to the RM, because you never know, it might be a nice royal. Or it could just be something moon, I suppose. RM could stand for lots of things. When they last broke the multi-tool spawns, there was a huge outcry. People accusing Hello Games of messing up the system, and then a few days later they just fixed it. So whether they had tried to change the system or not, I really don't know. But they reverted it quite quickly just because they didn't want to annoy everybody. Nice plants. Well, it doesn't look like it's a no, it must be runaway mold. Of course RM would stand for runaway mold. Nobody would be going searching for decent multi-tools. Okay, they're the sunflowers. It's got a lot of variety. Is that the same plant as that? No, so that's a separate plant. I've not seen these kind of water capturing plants. almost look like flytrap plants. Or if I have seen them, they've not been quite such good examples. Oh, I didn't reload. Yeah, like I say, I've always had this this sneaking feeling that the rules don't quite explain everything, and I've taken it up with a couple of the people that are really into multi-tool hunting, and some of the people that wrote some of the original guides, and their attitude is, well, the guide works. We can't be 100% sure, but probably works. And so my way of dealing with that is always saying that it's a rule of thumb rather than a rule. Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily. I don't think I've ever seen different versions of an S-class. You don't often see different versions of an A-class, so... We'll soon find out if something's really cool in this cabinet and we can't find it at S-class. So far, there hasn't been. So what have we done so far? We've done this one and this one. I believe this is the close one. So we haven't done the moon of the close one. Maybe we should do that next. Dikenza Major. Is the moon of this one? Maybe it's further away. Is it that one? Yeah. What can really play over your head is the multi-tools in pirate systems, but I don't tend to look at those. I haven't had an awful lot of coffee yet, now you mention it.
Extreme temperature detected.
So yes, if anybody has not searched for multi-tools before, there's an awful lot of flying around involved. And reloading. to these 4, so it's just the outliers. So now I believe these, well, they say that they're in relative positions, but the first planet is often quite close to the space station. So what I was about to say is not true. So I won't say it. Looking at Zelios. Oh, it's a nice might have just landed out the corner of my eye. Yeah, it's a little bit beige. I saw the shape. Zelios. One of the things I've never confirmed is whether or not different ships have different arrival times. Never really bothered me, to be honest, but this can't be a great planet because nobody's put a base on it. It's probably just on an expedition route, so maybe nobody wanted to go to all the planets, but it's unusual. See it because we're in a bit of a dip. I'll have a quick fly over it in a second. Maybe it's just because it's high terrain and people don't like navigating it. Yeah, people don't really enjoy these planets that much, I don't think. I did just reload, didn't I? Just double check my times. 35. Yeah. I think. This is the other problem, that you sometimes lose track of exactly what you've done, whether you've reloaded or not. You do have to be meticulous, which isn't always compatible with streaming. I'm not sure if that's true about teleporting. I've teleported to the space station quite a few times. Mind you, that's usually when I'm trying to work out wheels, I think. So I'm not bothered about that. Since they changed the way that teleporting within a system works, I'm not sure if that's true. We can test it. So there's a rifle. A little bit more striking, I guess. We'll test it in a bit. I was under the impression that it didn't reset it since they changed the way that things teleport. There are plenty of bases here that probably have teleporters, so it probably wouldn't be hard to test. But probably wouldn't need to build a base or anything. When you're in multi-tool hunting mode, you do tend to spot these a lot more easily. That the characteristic, like 4 little lights on the landing, spot them from miles away because you're looking for them and thinking about multi-tools. See, that is the same multi-tool. Far more slots available. I'm going to mark this for a second and we'll test. Oh, we've got the metal plating. I must have put some down somewhere. Look at that. My inventory is completely full of rubbish. Yeah. Store point. No, you can never ignore either. Or a harmonic camp if you're on a dissonant planet. So, let's just get the name of that in my head. Negative force translator. Probably easier to just build a base. For science. To clear some space though, won't I? Because I need to that in the starship and the other one in the starship too. You probably don't really need. Have I got? What are we doing? That's what I wanted. Put that in there and probably don't need the rest of those anymore because I've got all the fish in the catalogue. I've got plenty of kelp sack, so I don't need that. Protein milk, so I might keep that. Let's chuck away some cream. Claim back a bit of space at least. So right, so theoretically it should do a very fast reload if we go straight back to the space station we're at. And I think that might preserve the tool, we'll see. Yeah, negative force translator. So yeah, I think that's changed. I think since they had that fast reload where it just immediately puts you in the... I think all it does is it just moves your character position rather than properly reloading. So it doesn't change things as far as I'm aware. Yeah, we'll just completely test it by going back to here and then go back to the space station again manually, just in case there's some kind of weird glitchery going on. We've still got this one marked. I'm going to reload here again. I really wish when you teleport to a base that's right next to a minor settlement, it would put you on the landing pad of the minor settlement. And if anybody kind of curiously watches this stream from Hello Games, it would just make sense, because if you build a base here, you're always putting a ship there because you want to be able to access it from the terminal, and you can't when it's parked just beside it. Whereas if I call it from here, then we have the starship available and we can trade from it. And it just makes sense if we build bases here and we've got access to all these toys, like we've got a terminal, we've got occasional access to navigation data, we've got a nice guy here that can sell us stuff. Great place to build a base for a new player that's just starting out in the game. Please put the ship on the landing pad for us. Right, negative force translator and 2 slots right next to each other. And that's tempting to find out, isn't it, whether there's further. And they're in first row, 4 and 5 along. So I think minor settlements are great places to put early bases just because you've got access to things. I usually do that in all permadev saves just because it's very convenient. You got all the flat space as well. Oh, that's a nasty place for that to turn up. Can I get in there? Oh, it's realised. It's a silly place to spawn. Supercharge and not. So that one's the same, and that one's different. And that one's, it's moved from there to there. So, I've been to all of the planets now, haven't I? I went to all 4 of those, and I went to both of the outliers. So we've only really seen, again, rifles and pistols. So I will probably go to the next one. And not worry too much about whether there's a weird S-class down here, because that will just confuse the issue. Yeah, I think I would always use the landing pad in a save for my ship, just so that I could trade from my ship, and also so that I could get that free parking spot. I thought that was an alien for a minute, just because it had that dark colour as I was approaching. Another A. Again, I always get slightly suspicious when it's not full slots at A, but let's go for it anyway. So improved gravity atomizer at the space station. Going to the wrong page. Right, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 planets. It's my discovery. I wonder what that D stood for. I wonder if there's anything good here. I don't know what D would stand for. Nothing that great here. Might as well pick those up while I'm here.
Received. Product received.
D. What did it stand for? What would I have been cataloguing? Everything's... Oh no. Imagining it. Ignore me. Right. So we're going to be logical about this. We can go from... Well, we can't... We haven't got the names, so... Let's go to the closest one then, rather than... It's quite a nice planet. Raiding post. Oh, I saw something there. Maybe I didn't. Very leafy planet. Looks like the new mature trees are on here. Choking humidity. Can't remember if that's clear or not, so I'll just have a quick look. No, that's normal, so there will be occasional storms. Nice contrast between the purple and the blue. Matches my colours, purple and blue. I like this. Interested to see what ships are coming in now. Just got in my ship. In abandoned mode, you will accumulate salvage data really fast. You can have to find all your modules. Put a landing pad for my ship at the mine assessment really early. Fair enough. It's not so much not having a landing pad. It's wanting to trade from my ship that I would be interested in doing. Seeing much. It's clearly a GEX system. I'm not going to see huge numbers of fighters. At this rate, I'm probably going to run out of navigation data. I wouldn't mind hunting for multitools on that planet. Some planets you find it's a real chore to hunt for multitools, but at least that one's nice to look at. It's still... Do you think there's enough of a puzzle for abandoned mode? It feels to me like it's not quite enough of a puzzle. at some point. It's very dark.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Might help. Very ominous looking planet.
Extreme night radiation detected.
I'm starting to get the feel for this ship. I don't feel like it feels responsive enough to fly day to day.
Units received.
Not seen that asset in quite that form before. Jumping up, I'm going to keep that discovery. I knew that was going to stop me there. So this is in Eisenton. Space station seems quite close to that planet. Like a pistol from here. Not getting much, am we? Not being very lucky. Arched. Maybe all my luck was exhausted with that S-class rifle we spotted immediately. wonder if D stood for derelict. If I was doing derelict hunting, I was just marking the ones I'd already tried. That might be it. Rifle. It looks a better colour there than it does in there, so that's probably more representative of the colour it will be. Been there. They usually turn left out of the space station. Mountainous volcanic planet. One of my least favourite types of planet. About that planet I found yesterday with the very high mountains that were just on a plain. I was thinking I really should measure how high those mountains are somehow. Maybe put a base on the top and see if it gives me a distance from the bottom. Oh, did I just reload? Yes. To break the monotony of doing something else for a bit. It does get a bit wearing. pistol. No, I just haven't been to that moon. Maybe there somewhere.
Technology recharge.
Is this a filter, or is this another blue planet in the same system? No, it's a filter. A nighttime filter. So this is the last one. Can't see it go out. Oh, it's probably there somewhere. No, it's not. Oh, it's because it's going round the planet, I see. I saw a loop. Missed it, I think. Quite impressive that you can see the multi-tool as you're coming into land now. Okay, so that one's not come up trumps. We could check there. Balanced, booming. What was that? Caliph or something? Cavizon. Cavizon. Full compliment. I've discovered all of them by the look of it. Unless it's an expedition thing that I came to first. B. B. A lot easier when it's not an A. You can move on. Advanced. B. So this is silhouette of sight. So it wasn't the same, was it? No. How many planets here? Just the two. That'll be easy. See what that one was in the corner of my eye. It looked like it might be a rifle. One other planet in this system, and it's there. It's very vivid looking. Ash shrub, so another volcanic. It almost looks like Darth Maul colours. Very similar red. Yeah, it can be a little bit of a chore. Which is why I'm thinking after I've checked this one, I might do something else for a bit. Because it does drag a bit. If I'm starting to get bored, then people watching are going to get bored. Oh, I did look at the other one around the back. It was a B. But I went back and looked at it again because I was just like, oh, was that an A and a B of the same model? Did I reload then? It looked like it did. I'm just double checking I reloaded this time. Because it had an auto before the restore. Yeah, one on one side of the they can just be two totally different tools, basically. The what's in a cabinet is defined purely by its position, and those two tools are far enough apart from each other to potentially have different multi-tools in them. And so if they're the same multi-tool, but they're different classes, say one was a B and one was an A, then it would be a good indication that the A isn't going to be an S class, or it's a possible indication that the A might not be an S class, and that the S class might be something else. It all gets a bit confusing when you start worrying about A's. Turn of the dust. So yeah, that's a pistol. Nothing in this system. So what to do, what to do, what to do, what to do. What I might do. Go back to that just for a break and something else to look at for a bit. Go back to my system I was in yesterday. And have a closer look at those mountains. So that was the frozen planet, I believe. Because I thought it was... It's probably going to be that one. There's no other. Probably not going to be one of those two. Let's get away from this planet a bit. I think that's it though. There's some around here. Split the difference. What are all the mods I should have for a maximum bolt caster damage buff? Well, first thing you want for a bolt caster is you'll want to make sure you have the sentinel buffs. Now if I've got... Let's land on this planet and see what I've got on this save. I believe my freighter's in this system, so I should be able to check if I've got any decent mods to test. Come on, that should allow me to land on there. That plants on it. it's not letting me land anyway, probably because there was a landing pad. Currently we have the landing problem again, where it won't let you land, and the reason I think it doesn't sometimes let you land is, like, for instance, there was a point of interest with a landing pad just here, and I was looking towards it, and it will just assume that you want to land there instead, so it won't let you land. Let's have a look what I've got. Yeah, so on this save, I have the bolt caster. And I have 1, 2, 3 of the Sentinel multi-tool mods. And obviously I have the Ricochet and the Barrel Ionizer. And then I have 1, 2, 3 S-Class. And I think it worked out better the way that the supercharged slots were laid out, that I put the S's in the supercharged slots. So we've got 3, 8, 6, 5, 7. Didn't make any difference. It's not going to make any difference because I've also got a neutron cannon here, and the neutron cannon takes precedence because it's got a higher damage potential. So I can't really test that. But I will trust that I probably laid them out in the most optimal order. For the bolt caster. Now the thing about... Yes, all bobbleheads provide a buff, but sticking with this for a second. The thing about bolt casters is that you can change how they work based on your mods. So the basic mods, if you go through all your S-Class, you should get 4 stats. And you'll want to try and get... That's got only a damage of 1. Bolt casters, the best mods will have a higher damage than that, I believe. So these aren't the best mods. But you'd want to these will have mostly the same stats, but if you look at it, they're not always the same. So we've got damage, reload, fire, and burst cooldown. Damage, burst, cooldown, fire, shots per burst. So this one doesn't have the reload. Damage, burst, cooldown, fire rate. So for a start, choosing which S-Class you have based on which stats are available will change how the tool responds, and will theoretically also change how damage potential works. And then these, I think these are more standardized, I believe. So, I mean, I haven't min-maxed these because you can see this one's got 3 stats, and this one's got 2, and this one's got 2. So there are obviously good ones that have 3 stats at least. Reload, damage, fire rate, damage, reload. I think there's just the 3 possible for this one. These only really work on... That's pretty better. So the way it actually works, and how many are in a burst, and how quick that reload happens, will be affected by those stats. I'll just change the weapon. So the thing I really like about the bolt caster is it will really change based on your mods, and so you will doing that. You could theoretically have 2 separate bolt casters min-max on 2 separate multi-tools, and they would feel like very different weapons just because you've got them set up with like different burst speeds, different numbers of projectiles per burst, etc. So how they're min-maxed is really up to you, as opposed to them being very, very static or there being a perfect setup. Do you know how to glitch? What are you doing? I keep going to long pages. Do you know how to glitch your modules so that you get the best ones possible? Because there are ways of doing that depending on how you play the game, you might be happy to do and you might not. On this save, I probably wouldn't do it, but on other saves, I'd probably be quite happy to do it. So there are ways of min-maxing and getting these mods to the best possible stats quicker. Have I got any more? Actually, these haven't even. I haven't even got X-class mods. Would you like to know how to glitch them? Because it's a relatively simple process. I'll quickly show you. It's not hard. So let's just do a very fast example. Here's a bolt caster module. It's an S-class. And if I was to pop it now, let's reload my... Let's save my position in the game. If I was to pop it now, it would have a specific set of stats. So this has damage of 1, burst cooldown 15, fire rate 12, shots per burst 1. So let's focus on that damage. If I reload now, oh, I crashed. Doesn't want me to cheat. I will reload my game. I wonder if they've just dropped an update, because sometimes it can crash when it's updating in the background, I've found. Because usually No Man's Sky is pretty stable. Yeah, it says downloading content as if there's... if there might be a new experimental, maybe? Yes, fix an issue that causes holes to appear in terrain that was introduced during a previous iteration of these experimental builds. Okay. I hadn't noticed holes appearing in the terrain. They might have fixed a few other little things or optimized in the background, so I had noticed that this isn't a perfectly optimized build at the moment.
Thermal protection falling.
Right, so we should still have my bolt cast because I've just reloaded. Now, if I do that again, I will get exactly the same stats because there's like a counting process. It has there's a seed sitting in my save file and it will iterate to the next one every time I open something. But you can force it to iterate to the next one by storing the technology, putting the technology back, and then this will be the next seed. And see, I've got damage 2 now, so I've now got a better module. And I could, if I had 3 of these ready, or even 5 or 6 of them ready, then I could open 5 or 6 all in a row count which ones are the best ones. So say the third one was the best one. And then I could reload, and then I could just open and close a couple of different modules, and then I could choose this one. So for instance, now I've got this one. If I reload now, I know that the second one I open will be that seed. So whatever I do, there's lots of ways you can do this. You can either just take things out and put things back in again, or you can open up a different module. So for instance, I don't think I've got any dodgy old modules. I've got no, that's not a module. I thought it was a hyperdrive module for a minute. But let's just demonstrate with an X-class module of some kind. So Blaze Javelin. It doesn't have to be even a multi-tool module. It's just the seed will iterate. So I didn't do that right. I didn't actually take it out. I didn't do a reload properly. Just make sure. Look, I think I might have just reloaded my autosave, so I'll just make sure.
Ground protection falling.
Yeah, I just reloaded the wrong save. Something to be aware of when you're messing around with these things is keeping an eye on that. It doesn't help if you're trying to explain it to somebody else at the same time. So if I now pop that into my thing, obviously that's overloaded, so I'm going to just delete it. And then I put this in. It will be that second seed. So the old way of doing it, the way we used to do it, is we used to get loads of C-class modules, and we would say have a string of 5 of the modules we wanted to put in, and we would pop those 5, and if any of them were good, we'd make a mark of, okay, not the third one's good. Then we would pop 5, we would reload, pop 5 C-class modules, and then 5 of the S-class modules, and then we'd count again. So we'd say the 7th or the 8th or the 9th one is good, and we'd have a note of what that was. And then we would do again, we'd do another 5, and so we'd count up a whole string of as many as we could be bothered to do and then as long as we had enough C-class modules to open up, we would not be wasting our modules. But now it's even easier because we can just store and then put back in existing modules. Now, I'm going to resist the temptation of actually using that one because it is a better one, but I don't really mess around with that kind of thing on this save. This is more of a vanilla save. It has enough benefits from having the ability to go into different expeditions, which is what this save was set up to do, just go into expeditions and exploit those. So using other exploits on it is a little bit over the top, I think. Whereas on my original save, which is, I always consider it a slightly broken save these days. I'd be probably much more happy to do it on this one. What are these? I wouldn't usually use X-class for these either. What other Multitools have I got here? Yeah, so this is a bolt caster. We take the neutrons out. This is a very min-max bolt caster, but the way I quite liked it. So see if my settlement has an attack. I can test it there. Sometimes it only attacks when you've just done the next thing in here, so let's try that. I think it's the maintenance that's desperate to be fixed on this. That's better. Yep, that caused it. So, Boltcaster. I've got this on short bursts. So it runs out of things quite quickly. Yeah. Now this isn't a staff, so it's not the absolute best weapon. But I probably in my freighter have some sentinel weapon shards. I don't have any S classes, but I could do it with the sentinel weapon shard. So I've got 10 here. Put it here, it's easier. So I could demonstrate that what we're looking for is something better than that, or that. Put them up here. So that's a +2 damage. That's a +2 damage. And that's a +1 damage. So I can find another +2 damage. So the first thing I would do is open them all. Actually, just save again, so because we've got everything set up nicely now. So the first thing I would do is open them all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I would look to see if there's any that have 3 lots of stats. So that one does, but it's only 1 damage. That one doesn't, that one doesn't, that one doesn't, that one does. It's got 2 damage. So that's already probably better. And that's only got 1. That's got 2. So that one and what was it? That one. So that's got a reload -14, fire rate +19. But that's nowhere near as good. So this one is the one that I would probably want to go for. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, number 5. Oh, I just saved. I might be able to get away with going to the autosave, but it might have done both. You do want to make sure you don't do that. Yeah, I've just messed it up. So that one, what I would have done it if I was doing it properly would be to take any of these modules out and put them back in again. I'd usually do something similar. So I'd usually use that one, and I would take that out and put it back in 4 times, and then I would just open one of mine, and it would be that one I liked, and it would be the 5th one. I don't feel quite so bad now because I haven't cheated, so I can delete that one. Put that one there, and I can delete the rest. You get the idea. If I hadn't saved stupidly, if I'd have reloaded instead, then I could have saved myself all of those. But then I had loads of them. It's not, and this save I don't play very often anyway, so it's not a problem. $11,676.6. Same. Yeah, it's all the same. Can't believe I made a save instead of a reload then. Demonstration was going so well. Oh yes, the neutron cannons. Put them back in. Ten, 12.
Technology recharge.
Okay. Yeah, that's how you manipulate them. And it just seems a bit of an oversight that they allowed the seed to progress just by taking something out and putting it back in again, because it doesn't change the seed of the thing that you're looking at. So it seems odd that they left that there. So they might fix that one day. That island playing with me. It's like it disappears whenever I... Or am I just accelerating quicker than I think I am? Doesn't like me landing on it. them to land there. This is not my favourite ship for this kind of manoeuvring. I can't hover, for instance. Don't know if it'll let me land there. Let's try just there. I'm just hitting it just before I hit land. Let's try over here instead. These living ships have a much more glidey flight profile. I was thinking it was that's so far away that even trying to do a level line of sight to see which one's higher won't necessarily work because of the curvature. That one looks higher, that one over there. That's pretty high as well. It's a nice flat top. That one just came from over there? I think this is going to be... Is that taller, do you think? Potentially. I wish it would just tell us how high we were. There have been expeditions where it's given us that stat. Oh, even higher. Goes to show you can't really tell just by looking across from one mountain to another. Yeah, I reckon we're about as high as it gets here. So what I want to do is I want to see if it marks the distance upwards. I can't remember if it does. Now we're going to play a platform game. It's just crazy, the fact that you can even do this. ridiculous height.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
There's a sentinel pillar down there. No, I've never seen such such high mountains until yesterday when I found this planet, Sky Stranger 73. This is an unusual planet. This is a purple system planet. So the rules have changed. There's so far that it's marking it in time. I can't remember what I said that. I worked it out once how many units is in a minute. Let's jot that down for now. 2.27. I might have to look for my spreadsheet for that. Can you fish in that stream? I don't know. I would have said no. But you can fish in some minerals now, can't you? Like those minerals that have got the maybe I'm gonna have to triangulate this, but there's minerals that have got a pool in them. You can fish in them. Pretty sure I've checked weapons on here. Let's find out. Quite a nice island. Doesn't look like it. No, I think the answer is no. We can't fish in this stream. You don't get an appreciation for scale flying around until you jump off. I guess you can tell that you're pretty high by the curvature, but then you never know exactly how big the planet you're on is. Unless you measure it. Yes, you could build some form of theodolite that, or surveying tool that could pick 2 points on the horizon. Looks almost a sheer drop there. So let's see how long it takes to drop just from there. Gonna hit the ground before I... No, that's not really worked. I almost need to make a cannon to fire me out of the range of the mountain. I think it's pretty much most of the atmosphere, though. It's a long way. Yeah, I think one way of doing it would be, as you say, get the exact coordinates and then find somewhere level. I don't think there's any water on this planet to be... I could test that. No, there's no water. But I guess even the base terrain would be a place you could take measurements from if we were at a cardinal position somewhere. Just, I mean, from here, it just looks like, okay, there's a mountain over there. When Sean's talking about light no fire, he's saying some of the mountains will take a long while to climb. There's a ship stuck in the... Or was that my ship? Not my ship, is it? They said they'd fixed that. But I guess this is unusual terrain and it makes it a bit confusing for it. Maybe take a photo. See, I'm not going to climb up there. It would take forever. The other thing you could try. These fall faster. It feels like it's falling faster to me. It shouldn't do. I swear that I came down there faster than if I'd have jumped. I'd have to look in my other save to tell you how many words there are. Because this one doesn't have anywhere near all the words yet. Hi, Wolfheart. I haven't seen you for a while. I was pausing from searching for multi-tools, and I decided to come to this planet where I found some stupidly high mountains. Just launch myself off of them in different ways. Just summon it now. See, again, that feels like it's falling faster. guessing I can't drive up there. Oh, I keep forgetting I've changed my buttons. I changed them for the Nautilon, but you have to have the same buttons for all of your exocraft, which is slightly frustrating. Yeah, I'm going to run out of fuel before I can even test to see if I can get up here. Get to that saddle there. This is a crazy game. Every now and again you realise how much this game changed. If you can get all the way to the top in a car, you could make a racetrack going up the side of the mountain. Come on. This is where it's going to struggle. Managing the boost. We did it. That's jump. That's boost. And that's accelerate. That's fire. Let's get out. So jump, accelerate. As we missed that one, this should be fun. Every time I land, I'm seeing different points of interest. Oh, I just jumped out. Just jumped out at least. Because it left it halfway up somewhere. Or has it just disappeared? Where's my car? Right, so I'm just going to double check, because for sanity, that just seems as if it's not as... It doesn't take as long to fall in an exocraft as it does to jump. No one's ever accused this game of having good physics, but I wouldn't have thought the can't ignore that. Turns out being on a very, very high vantage point is a good way of finding points of interest. Right, once more for science, we'll launch herself off without an exocraft and just compare the time. I'm not going to time it, but it just felt like a marked difference. Where's my wheels? Yeah, it's definitely longer. You could definitely do that one of those stay in the air for 30 seconds things in an expedition from this one. So, in this planet, on this system rather, we have extremely deep oceans, extremely high mountains, and also a very, very unusual lake. So between 3 planets, we've got 3 remarkable things in this system. So we've had that. This planet, which is still confusing to me how it even is generated. The generation is completely different to any other system, planet I've ever been on. We go up to a mountain somewhere. So the terrain generation here is just so rugged and craggy. But then the strange thing is we're overlooking a lake. And it doesn't look huge, but it's more like an inland sea because it's so deep. Yeah, I couldn't find any other significant lakes on this entire planet. There probably are some, but I couldn't find any. 130 there. So that's deeper than any ocean would have been in the previous generation system. I haven't plumbed the depths completely. I don't know if it goes any deeper. It's 140, 170, 180. And there's even a freighter in this lake. And then we have an ocean planet, which is a typical ocean planet, I guess. In the same system.
Extreme water temperature detected.
Which you can go down to the bottom.
Water temperature detected.
1,330. So that's, you can go a little bit deeper than that. You can go to 1,500, I think. 1,490 something.
Extreme water temperature detected.
Plus the height of your model. So this was 1,321 fishing. But yeah, all in all, a very interesting system.
Extreme water temperature.
Right, so that's enough diversion, throwing ourselves off of mountains. Let's see if we can find a decent multi-tool for another 10 minutes, 15 minutes or so. Fast. This looks familiar, but I don't think we've been here, have we? No. Pretty sure that plus A in the system name was for something else. Probably for something in here. Yeah, it's got an A-class scanner module. Oh no, it's the anomaly detector I probably was thinking of, because they're handy. Caustic nightmare first. Not much of a caustic nightmare, is it? Question: has anybody got more than the first folio from these things? since they said they'd add the folios to the game. Reload. Restore point. Because I've only ever got one on any of the saves that I've done. Stop. Didn't check this one, really. It's the same model. Different layout. That could be handy if there's something worth getting on this planet. Corrosive. Stick and corrosive. Caustic and corrosive so far.
Extreme toxicity detected.
The fact that I've got a base here would suggest to me that I might not find anything that interesting, and I might have already checked this one. Is that my base? Like a rifle. Yep, it's a rifle. Getting very different that lighting to that lighting. It's the only notable thing about that one is it's got the horns on the front. Some people really like the horned rifles. And down the halfway as well. Go to the other middling. So we've been there and been there, so I want to go to that one and or that one. So high radio source or barren. Must be just around there. Procedural generation naming system really outdid itself there. Ristics. Sounds like a Asterix character. Just for the convenience. It lets me. There. It'd be nice if we could just get one thing that it's actually worth hunting on the planet. Rifle or a pistol? Rifle. We haven't been to the barren planet. To paradise. No, rainy paradise. Let's see what that is. That's one of them. That's the only time today that I've actually paused for a space encounter. There's been a couple that have come up when I've stopped, but not paused for. I'm still thinking that there must be a space encounter still that can theoretically pop this one here. Even if it's only a trader. Missing topography. If ignition's the right word for a living ship. Oh, did I just reload? I didn't, did I? I'm not sure if I did or not. Let's make sure I did. Ignition failed. I don't think you would ignite.
Technology recharge.
The engines of a living ship. I'm not sure, I guess. I guess they do have engines, so... Ideally, you'd want to do this with somebody else so that you cover more ground quicker. seems to land here now. Which seems to be in the fix for landing, not being too far away from the bridge. Been for that one, and that one. So it's just the outliers, which is the Paradise and the Lush. $14.25. Let's go to the furthest one first. I suppose I could have gone to the base. If I've got a teleport there, I could always teleport back, I suppose. Now that we've demonstrated that doesn't affect the spawn. I like this planet. It was quite a boring planet, and then in the most recent update, become a lot nicer. Mainly because of that island over there. If I reload here. Quickly jump over to that island and back. I really like this little island, considering how small it is. It's got aggressive fauna on it, which are consistent. It's got some nice undergrowth, some mature trees. Some weird walking fauna on it, which seem to spawn every time as well. And then just off the shoreline. Tends to spawn a nice hermit crab as well. Here he is. Very, very simple hermit crab. A nice shiny purple and blue shell. I was doing a bit of fishing here when I was trying to redo my catalogue. It was quite a nice place to just hang out. It's the lighting's lovely. The rain sometimes has those little raindrops on the water. I keep pressing the wrong button. Go on the landing pad there. I did. Did I? No, I didn't. Yes, I did. The angle was confusing me. Got a little bit left. So, space stations, current system. Install. One more planet to go to. That's my settlement. I can just teleport there too. Well, I'm just carry on building this tower. Don't really know my way around this place properly. There it is. No, I didn't reload today. Where's my ship? There it is. Pretty sure this is going to be something boring. It's a rifle. But that's that exhausted. Come on. Maybe we'll do just this one more. And maybe call it quits if we don't get this one. See? Hey. Very similar. It's not the same thing. Any clues that this would be the wrong type of A? Not specifically. Okay, let's do it. So this is slightly easier to keep track of because I haven't been on each planet. I haven't discovered them properly, so I don't have to memorize where I've been.
Extreme toxicity detected.
Which also means I've definitely not looked here before for a multi-tool, like I suspected I had in that last one. It's quite close. Reload. I think that's a rifle, isn't it? Yeah. Quite boring one. Both hiding around here. They're to the planet first. No, moon, planet, and then there's that one, which looks... Perhaps it's Lush, I'm not sure. What I'll do next time I try and search for multi-tools is look in high economy purple systems, and then we'll be at least looking at the new star planets at the same time. Because it does give you an excuse to check out all the planets, but these aren't quite as interesting planets to check out. Not sure how easy it will be finding high economy purples. There are some. Is the one behind that I want. Is that a pistol? Yes, it must be. No, it's a rifle. How can that be a rifle? Be something nice. Make it worth it. another pistol. No, I'm not very good at my recognizing pistols and rifles. There's one more I haven't got to. One more chance of it being a decent multi-tool that we can maybe look at and search for in another save, in another stream. But if it isn't, then I'll probably round off here because it's been a little bit fruitless. Apart from that early rifle, which was S-Class in the cabinet. And apart from an interesting discussion about module manipulation. And jumping off of our very, very high mountain. The rest of it has mainly been rootlessly searching for multi-tools. Did I just reload? Yes, I did. But unfortunately, that is the reality of searching for multi-tools. You do an awful lot of flying backwards and forwards. Unless you just go from system to system looking for S-Class in the cabinet, which isn't very common. S-Class odds are 2% in a 3-star economy. You could, there's a supposedly 5% in an outlaw system, but the problem with that is that outlaw systems, there's a corresponding negative that you're less likely to have exceptional stats at S-Class. But I'm looking mainly for A-Class or S-Class, because if I find a really good A-Class, then I can search for the S-Class on a planet, and the chances of an A-Class... I remember what the odds are. I think it's something like 1 in 5, maybe slightly less, would be an A. I did have that listed somewhere, but I can't remember where. Of course, what you could do is you could just put a mod that makes everything S-Class. I was using that. I made a specific mod that just changed things to S-Class, so that I could research the odds of stats for S-Class things. So I could get that mod, turn it on, and everything would be S-Class, and we'd be really happy. But to be honest, what I'm looking for are experimentals or alien. I don't know what the odds of those are, but they don't seem very high. Some people make a specialty of just searching for those, and they find plenty of them. That's all they do pretty much in the game. It's just log in, maybe search for some multi-tools for a bit, and I think I would find it mind-dumbingly dull. to do it too often. Certainly wouldn't make good streaming doing it every single day. So I've been to all of the planets here. I suppose I could... Yeah, there are places on the web with coordinates. The coordinate exchange on... easiest place to find it would be Reddit, but then you just put No Man's Sky coordinate exchange, you will find a website, and that website will... you can actually do searches for the things you're looking for and see what's been posted by people. And so yes, you can do that. And that's why so many people do that rather than look for their own, because looking for your own can take a long while, as you can see. Now obviously I did find early on a rifle. I might go back and claim that just for my collection. If I could remember where it was. Theoretically, it will be the last of the 3-star economies. It could be that one. Unless I went to that. Yeah, there have been a couple of resets, but I think it's quite a long while ago, but really old ones would be a challenge. I'm not sure which system it was, but I'm going to go for that one. Definitely wasn't that one. Was it the second one I went to? I suppose an interesting way to round off could be to visit an S-Class, find somebody else's, just to demonstrate how that works. Or I could find one of my own ones, actually, thinking about it. Got a few stored. Well, open my other computer while I'm doing this. I don't think it would have been that one because there's a developing there. I'm gonna... Have I got an S-Class Sentinel? I think I have. Let's look. Give me a second while I quickly look through my spreadsheets. All I can find is an alien. I've got a blue crystal alien, but that won't be as high damage bonus. I'm pretty sure I did have a Sentinel, but I can't see it in my lists at the moment. I think the thing is that as soon as staffs came along, which had the same maximum damage bonus, I stopped looking for Sentinels because I never really liked the look of them. So for the for demonstration purposes, we'll go to this S-Class blue alien. But I will need to go to... It doesn't mention any other galaxies, so it must have been Euclid, I'm guessing. And I'll need to go to a Euclid portal. Have I actually got a Euclid portal base? I thought I did, but I can't see it. Yeah, if you go to the same coordinates in two different galaxies, you will get a system in that galaxy, and it will be in the same relative position in the galaxy, but it will be a different planet. Yeah. Not quite sure why. I think it's because I've redone my save. Oh no, that's a portal in Euclid. Okay, yes. This is a really nice looking multi-tool, and it is, out of 35 damage, it's 34.9, so it's not a bad multi-tool by any stretch. This end or the end that's been blocked by my ship?
Technology recharge. 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 Technology recharge.
They've added quartzite to the list.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
So, bird, tent. Just for those that haven't watched my decoding portals video. First glyph is technically just the planet number. So that doesn't have to be bird in this case. The next three glyphs are the number of the system in the region. So this will be in hexadecimal 1C7. So the 1C7th system in that region. And then the rest of the code is all where the region is in the galaxy. So we want triangle tree, that's just 2 coordinates because the coordinate system is squashed. It's wider and it's a big square and squashed, so it's a bit like a pizza box. But then because most of the regions are upright, they're taller than they are wide and long, then it kind of makes it squarer again. So they're all tall set blocks in a, so the coordinates are like a pizza box, but it kind of stretches upwards. So there's just 2 for one coordinate, so the Z or upwards coordinate. And then my tent, ship, scarab. Tent, ship, scarab. So that's another coordinate, either X, Y, or either X or Y. And then that's technically a cube, I think. Because I'm looking across. I hit enter before anyway. But let's hope this is correct. I didn't double check it. This is in the space stations, which means that I'll arrive on a planet. It will be local to the planet, whatever I get in the space station. And I'll probably need to reload out the space station to get the tool I want. Now I should I've made sure, but I think I already am, but you'd always make sure if you're going to somebody's coordinates that you disable multiplayer. Because as I was saying earlier in the stream, if somebody else is going to find this multi-tool, say for instance, 2 people watching this stream right now thought, I'll go there too. Then if they both arrived and they weren't playing in they were playing in multiplayer, then they could both be in the same instance, and they probably would be. And the first person to get it would get it, and the other person would find an empty cabinet. Now this isn't, I don't think I've even published this one before, so it's not like there'll be hundreds of people trying to get it at the moment. And to be honest, it might not exist. I don't know how old this find is. And I can't tell by looking at the picture. So let's find out if we actually have an S-Class in. No, we don't. No, we don't. So, oh, yes, we do. We have an S-Class. So if we reload in this station, should have put a date on the spreadsheet entry. So maybe I'll put a date on it now so I know if it's valid when I check now. That's not the one. Okay. Well, it's an S. I'm thinking we find out what it is. Whether they're... We go to the different planets and find out. So we... Ah, I read my instructions wrong. We need to reload on planet Humb. It's K-U-M-B. Pronounce that very carefully. Is that the one where we just came from? That moon is the moon of Uajanji Alpha. There's one moon. Which one's which? That one looks like a dissonant. That's the one. Right, so we need to reload on this planet. So if you use those coordinates, you'd want to reload on this one after you arrive. Now, it's probably easier to come directly to this planet. But just to be safe, I would always recommend reloading anyway. Maybe there's a reason why you wouldn't come directly to this planet. Maybe it's a nasty planet. If you put in exactly the same coordinates, but the very first coordinate you put in Diplo first, you'd be on this planet instead.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
If you come to Diplo and all the rest of those coordinates, reload as soon as you get here just to be 100% sure, and then go to the space station. Now, what I do have a lot of are S-class staff coordinates. Of course, you really do need to have got to that stage of the story to unlock stars. Like these. And there's the alien S-class. So I'm going to claim this and put it in my weapons rack. And this, I don't think it has particularly great. Sometimes it's worth coming straight to the multi-tool upgrade station and just immediately installing without saving or reloading one slot, because it sometimes puts in more than one slot. It didn't in this case. So what I can do, as I've got it all set up at the moment, is I did have it set up. So here's the save editor. And I'm in this save, yep. No, it hasn't picked up yet. So what we need to do is we need to make sure it does an auto save. And this is what I would always do when I was this is what I would always do when I find a new multi-tool that I want to check. I'll wait until it gives me a save. As opposed to jumping in and out of my ship. Still not the valid one, so we need to wait a little bit longer. Sometimes interacting with things helps.
Product received.
Still 1631, so I'm waiting for 1632 to come up. So I have to wait until 1632 actually arrives. Let's have a look at this while we're waiting. If you like green, it's very green. And what gives the 1632? I figure walking around is better than standing still, just in case it doesn't prompt it to do anything, but I don't know if that's true. Right, 1632. So there's something going wrong here. I'm gonna switch save and switch back. That's better. So what I would do this is the goat fungus save editor. I would resize the inventory to have height 4. This is none of this I'm going to be doing permanently. I would then enable all slots and then I can see exactly where the supercharged slots are. So there's one there, one there, one there, and one there. So it's not a great layout for supercharged slots, and that's going to make a big difference for whether or not I would want a particular multi-tool other than its looks. And then what I would do is I'd go back to the restore point. So I've had a good look at the multi-tool. I know what its stats are. I know what its supercharged slots are. And then I can make a decision as to whether it's worth getting or not. But I'm going to get this one just because it's a nice multi-tool. But of course, now I've reloaded at the space station, it's going to revert back to this strange looking pistol. So obviously I can claim that another time. In fact, I'll probably claim it after the stream. But that's how you would claim any multi-tool that somebody had found. It will have instructions detailed in the coordinate exchange, for instance. It will say the galaxy and the coordinates. It will say the planet or space station to reload on, and it will tell you if it's on a planet, it will give you planetary location. So I would need to be on a planet to show you that. So if you imagine we were at a minor settlement right now, then my location, you can see there, is plus. If I stop moving too much, of course this isn't a hovering one, I'll land instead. So I'll stop it changing. So my location on this planet is 54 degrees north and 25.88 degrees east, I believe what minus is. So, or plus 0.54 minus 25.88. So you would come to this planet if it was on this planet, and you would ideally just fly up high in the atmosphere where you can still see the coordinates. So about there, high as possible, because you get faster, and then you can. It's easier to locate it east-west first. So you'd fly around the planet until you got to the right east-west coordinates, the second number, and then you would fly north or south and locate it that way. So the best ones would be the ones that are in the space station like we just saw. But obviously, if you're going for something like a Sentinel multi-tool, that will be in a harmonic camp somewhere, and you'd need to find it on the planet, and you'd need to find it in a very specific location. And then once you've unlocked staffs, then the same thing would apply, but you also need to make sure that you have the right head with you, because everything is related to the head of the staff. And there are added complications that the staffs on the coordinate exchange need properly checking. And I'm not sure where they stand on staffs on the coordinate exchange at the moment. So I'm not sure if they've fully worked out how they work, like we have here. I imagine they have. I don't know. I haven't looked. It is an interesting. No, it's just dihydrogen. Just seemed to really stand out. What does the scan potential do? Well, it will all stats inform all underlying stats inform the stats of the multi-tool. So describe it. We look at the what have we got here? Is that I've overloaded it still. I've still got that one there. I obviously deleted that and then didn't save. So if we look at this particular module, those numbers are informed by the module, but the actual scanner range and what you actually get when you scan something will be based on the underlying stat. So it'll usually be a multiplier of some kind. So it will give you more money and a higher scan radius. Scan radiuses are quite controversial because they're not immediately obvious how they work. You can scan further, but there's no way that that's anything to do with the actual distance. You can't scan that far. So I'm not quite sure what that actually means in terms of how the number applies to your scan radius. But it does change how far away things are that you can scan, but it's not everything, and different things seem to have different rules. So some people just say it doesn't mean a thing. It does mean something. You can demonstrate by reducing things how far you can scan, but it's not a straightforward, you can scan everything in a particular radius, so it's difficult to really show how it works. So yeah, what's the best scanning? I think it's experimental, isn't it? Scan. Pistol is 50 max. Rifle's 20. Experimental is 100. Royal's 100. Sentinel's 50. Atlantid's 50. Staff's 50. So yeah, ideally an experimental or a royal. It's not clear what the difference is between experimentals and royals, because they use a different multiplier stat that doesn't make a lot of sense. Well, let's pull up. Did I leave it? Let's have a just quick check to see if I left it on the screen. No, I didn't. No, yes, I did. Yes, I did. So for a alien multi-tool, the highest you can get is 35. I'll just double check that. 35 for the damage. So that's 34.935. So usually, as I was saying earlier on, when you find an S-class, as opposed to upgrading it, it will be the thing it specializes in will be very, very close to max. If you're really unlucky, this might, for instance, have been something like 33, but it would very rarely be much lower than that. Whereas if you upgrade it, it will be anywhere between the range of an alien would be between 25 and 35. So that they're both going to be pretty good and they're both going to have very similar stats. But if you're min-maxing, then like the average between 25 and 35 is obviously 30. So if you're just upgrading, you're only ever going to get 30. And bear in mind that every single thing you put into that multi-tool uses that as a multiplier. So if we look at something like, this, that's using a multiplier, that's using a multiplier, that's using a multiplier, that's using and then they have a multiplier that's applied to the adjacency, and all those multipliers, they increase particular stats. So it's not like it's multiplying the entire damage potential, but every stat and everything that it's doing is multiplying and making that number much, much higher. So the higher your stat, the better if you're min-maxing, because it makes a huge difference. The difference between something like 30 and 35 could make a huge difference. You could potentially, I don't really want to do that on the stream. I could potentially not shave some off and save it and see what the difference was, but that would get quite complicated to do on a stream. Which planet are we on? Rwandan Alpha. As I've taken a while discussing it, I might as well just go and claim the multi-tool. It was on... So yeah, the other stats, because it's still on the screen anyway. So the other stats: mining 15.32 or 33. That would be mining for an alien is anywhere between 25 and 50. I'm sorry, 25 and 20. No, sorry. Mining for it would be anywhere between 15 and 20, so that's low. And scanning would be anywhere between 50 and 60, and that's 57.4. So it's towards the upper end. So it's pretty good scanning for an alien, very good damage for an alien, and not great mining for an alien. But you get aliens for damage mainly. I mean, there's no point having multiple multi-tools if you're not going to switch between them, I always think. Let's call that Coom. It will affect speed and efficiency. So it won't affect things like the yield of a crop plant, but it will affect the yield of something that you're mining, yes. While I'm here, this save doesn't have all of the lore yet. The entry is titled The Conqueror. It appears to be some kind of interactive text from the Second Trade Era. The terminal allows me to make choices. The poor Wiggles have escaped the spawning pool. Do you go left, go right? Transcend space-time. You have to go through the whole lot to get it logged. You go left, Zancraft devours you, game over. The poor Wiggles have escaped the spawning pool. Do you go left, right, or transcend space-time? Go right. You go right. The poor Wiggles are saved and become your pets. Continue. Poor Wiggles have escaped the spawning pool. Do you transcend space-time? You transcend space-time. There is no winning or losing, only infinite sadness. Game over? Very silly. Reload restore point. Quite close to the space station. So, of course, because these stations have changed more recently, then those ones are the ones that could be out of date on the coordinate exchange, depending on how they've done the spawning for these space stations. I'm not sure. But the ones that should still be okay should be the planetary ones, at least within a certain number of years of going back to look at them. Because they haven't, the terrain hasn't changed too much. Shouldn't have changed at all, but can do subtly. Okay, so I'm now going to put this in my now collection of one, really. I might go back and get that rifle, one of the rifles. You can now, in the experimental branch, put your current tool in there without having to swap it to something else. So there you go. That's how searching for multi-tools works. As you saw, I only found one S-class, and I found a few A-class that could potentially have yielded some nice S-classes on different planets, but they were all rifles and pistols, and I wouldn't really usually bother to search for those. I would mainly search for the interesting ones like the experimentals, the aliens, and the royals. Now I've done that, I can show you the kind of tools that I like on my other save. I can't remember if I put any away in the thing. I don't think I've done anything on this save apart from shove a weapon rack on the wall. No need to go anywhere in that case. So this, as we saw earlier, I quite like this alien. I'm going the wrong way. This I really like just because it matches the colour of this save. So that's an experimental. If I'm wielding it, colours are a bit muted on this planet, but kind of matches my look. So I like it for the looks of it. I might even have reskinned a different one, to be honest, because on this save I do all sorts of weird things. Having to peer over my microphone. a staff that matches that I definitely reskinned. I found the staff color that I liked, but I didn't find the stats that I liked. So I found another multi-tool with the stats that I liked and reskinned it to look and match my character. Button again. And that's on this save, that was the best multi-tool I found, and it just happens to be purple, which kind of matches my other secondary color. And this one was, I can't remember how good the stats were, but I think this was the best one on this particular save, which is why it's got the X class. Yeah, the editor can allow you to do that. What I was doing was literally reskinning the entry in the save file so that it had a different look to it. But if you want, if you wanted to, you could change the stats of anything in the save editor. There are certain things that will reset if you put them outside of their ranges. But 148,494. Yeah, that may have gone up since they've. What's that? Damage 11. Damage 14. Damage 14. So these are very good. I mean, my other multi-tool that I was demonstrating didn't have as good modules as this. But these might have been, because this is one on my kind of experimenting and messing around save nowadays, they might have been manipulated in the way that I showed you earlier. So, I mean, I find it more fun to manipulate than just straight out change the values in the save editor. That wouldn't be fun at all for me. So I've manipulated them perhaps just because it's a throwaway save now. It's kind of broken. I'll show you why I keep saying it's broken. This is my discoveries list. Sometimes I'll come into this discoveries list and it'll just be completely empty, and I'll have to skip out of this section and come back into it. And also when I go into discoveries, it's very rarely allows me to get to the top, so there'll be something above there and it won't work. Now, they could have just fixed it because they have just released a new update today on experimental, and they have got my save file, this particular save file, because I was explaining another fault. So they might have said, oh, this isn't working either, let's fix that, which would be very nice, but I somehow doubt it. Yeah, that is a very high damage bonus, isn't it? 48,494. I think this planet has sentinels you can find relatively easily. Pretty sure I've had fights on this planet before, testing out Multitools. It's a typical example of when I get to the end of a stream and I think, well, I'm going to do this anyway, I might as well do it before I get off the stream. Must be a sentinel somewhere. Usually find one over here somewhere. I think they have specific spawn areas. A nice planet, but this was a perfect planet. This was blue skies, lovely blue water. Now it's yellowy skies. And the water's kind of coloured by the sky a bit. Oh, I heard one then. Where is it? I heard it. It despawned. Definitely hear it. There it is. It's found me. I always worry that if I fight in this save, it's all very jerky because I don't use a mouse.
Warning.
So I kind of do a lot of that because I'm using a controller. I don't tend to do the softer controller style. And so far it's one shot at everything. I guess isn't a surprise. We'll have a look at what the stats are on this in a minute. Didn't find me. That was a fun encounter, wasn't it? I couldn't even see them. I wonder if one had spawned underground somewhere.
Warning. Sentinel combat unit deployed.
I think the distance makes a big difference on these weapons. If it was a bolt caster, I don't think it would make that much of a difference. The light's still nice on this planet, it's just the colour of the sky isn't as nice.
Warning. Sentinel walker detected.
as I was saying yesterday, it's really not very challenging with this kind of weapon.
Sentinel walker detected.
Do they show up on the compass ring? I never look at the compass ring when I'm fighting sentinels. I might have moved them off of there. I don't know. I don't really look. Am I missing one? Not one underground. It's going to do the same thing again, isn't it? It's not going to... They said they'd fixed the Sentinel Walker not spawning. And I demonstrated yesterday that the Sentinel Freighter... I mean, the Sentinel Walker was spawning okay. And now it's not.
Storm clearing.
Nothing. I'm not getting anything. Yeah, I think they've broken that again. I might need to re-report it. Well, they're supposedly fixed for some holes in the terrain. Yep, it's just sitting at 5. Nothing's happening. Okay, well that bug's back. It says searching, but there aren't any. "47 seconds to find one." Find one in time. Nope. And they're going. Maybe clip that out of the stream and send that to Hello Games again. But yeah, the multi-tool is performing nicely. I think that's buffed because of the X-Class buff. But can't shoot the tough things like the last Walker because they didn't turn up. Might as well end my stream in my comfy chair. close to my nice big gas fire. So that's the end of the stream. Thanks for watching. Hope you got something out of it, even though I didn't get any real finds out of it. I at least demonstrated how you would go about searching the long way, and then how you would claim one. Apart from that, travel well, and goodbye for now.